Right, we're a little bit late, but good evening everyone. To all those joining, we're finally getting on with the 2.4 build. My goodness, I've been procrastinating. Oh, I cannot talk today. I tried recording a video earlier and I had to do it about 10 times because I just couldn't talk. My words were not coming out. Anyway, today we're carrying on with the 2.4 live stream. Do have to let you know it's sponsored by BigTreeTech, LDO Motors and OneTwo3D, as they've provided parts for the build. The plan today is to hurry the hell up and get on with it. Hopefully it will carry through the rest of the, I want to say the rest of the mechanical build. There is quite a lot to do, but that is the plan. I cannot guarantee success, but I will be trying. So, yeah. The first thing I'm going to do is the bed. So we're just going to hurry on straight away with that. So we need to add this magnetic sheet to the top. Now, the last time I did a bed, I put everything on a bit squiff, so hopefully I won't mess that up today. Let's get on with it. I've been procrastinating a little bit because, I can't even say the word. I told you I can't talk today. I've been procrastinating a little bit because I know the firmware is going to be a bit of a pain. Because I've just got loads of extra things. I've got the new canvas stuff. So I was just like, I don't want to do that. I know it's not going to be just a trivial walk in the park. But we're not doing that yet today. Yes, Stealth Burner did release. I actually checked through the files, and as far as I can tell, there's basically no change between the final beta version, which is what I have, and the actual release. So I'm not planning to reprint on the basis that there would be kind of nothing to reprint. That being said, I may do an upgrade on my other printer at some point, my other Voron. Obviously, for those that have taken notice of my Twitter posts and stuff like that, the bed did go a little bit kaput. So hopefully at some point I'll get a new bed and I'll have to do that. So maybe we'll make a bit of a live stream series of that or something. It might just be a video. So we might do Stealth Burner on there as well. It depends kind of a bit on how it goes on this build, what I fancy doing. So this is just isopropyl alcohol, clean down the bed surface so that we get good adhesion to the magnet. We don't want any finger oils on it really, that's what we're trying to minimise. I'm hoping I'm going to be able to cut these holes out afterwards with something. It won't be particularly tidy, I don't think, but I think it'll be okay. I had to do the same thing on that one, and that turned out kind of okay. So let's get that dry. Yeah, I think there might have been a tiny cosmetic change on the front piece. Like the angles looked a little bit different, but I didn't see, I like overlaid stuff in CAD, so comparing the files directly, and I couldn't notice anything different. Hello, 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 hello everyone to joining. Oh, I forgot the competition thing, the giveaway, sorry. We'll do that in just a second. Are you going to be using a Pi or the BigTreeTech Pi 4B? For this build, I'm going to be using a Raspberry Pi because I've already put it in there. The Pi 4B had not arrived. It has now. So I'll be doing that at some point, but it won't be on this build. So we want to try and avoid getting any bubbles in here, because bubbles will, as you may know, air is an insulator, so bubbles will prevent good conduction or even heating throughout the pad. It won't prevent it, it'll just be a little bit annoying. You'll get bubbles that kind of interfere with prints and make the servers not stick quite so well and all this kind of stuff. You just want it as smooth as you can blooming get it. For the holes, I do have a deburring tool. I think before I used a little knife. And I'd say that is absolutely bang on perfect. Anyway, so now that that's on, we've got a giveaway today. Where is the link? Let's turn on the responses and send it via link, shortened to here. So the giveaway today is to 3 separate people, and that is for Ooze Nest ABS filament. So you get 1 kilogram of filament, any color of your choice, ABS from Ooze Nest. Ships worldwide, so anyone can enter. You don't have to stay in the chat. Of course, I'd prefer if you do, that would be lovely, but you don't have to, it's not a requirement. So if you have to go later, you can still win. If your name is drawn, you will be the winner, provided your contact details and everything exist, legal requirements, all this, da 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 da. So yes, that's the plan. Ooze Nest, of course, is like all this filament. The whole printer was made from Ooze Nest material, and they have full cardboard spools. Oh yes. Anyway, so let me just type this out quickly. Obviously you can't win more than once, so 3 people will be winning 1 spool each. Oh dear. Mike George, blimey. That's a very significant donation, thank you very much. Hey, I wanted to catch your live stream to drop a token of my appreciation. Your last Voron series helped on my build immensely. Keep up the good work. A tuning video on the new printer might help others. How to get the best out of these beasts. Thank you very much, Mike. Very much appreciated. Yeah, a tuning guide. I might have to like narrow it down to specific things. Obviously, like tuning is a huge range of things. I of course has the calibration flower. That's a good like dimensional tuning kind of thing. But obviously, there's other things to do as well. Maybe I'll do some video. They're probably by like a few like short videos, maybe something like that. It is like an infinite rabbit hole. You can just like, you can just end up in that forever, which I don't want to do. But some basic tuning in a video format. So there is Andrew Ellis's guide, which is great, and profiles are also great. I mean, I've used profiles from that, but the little bit of extra tuning for those that just want to spend some time improving things, it's quite nice if you want to improve something, that you have a method to do so rather than just maybe trying random things. So that's the bed done. We of course have a nice LDO sheet to go on top of it. which is super nice. I really like these like gold PEI ones. They're pretty good. Product of LDO Motors. It looks really smart. I like their little logo thing on the corner. I think that looks really good. And it's double-sided as well, which is also great, because then if you absolutely trash one side by accident, then you've still got the other side. And once one side is damaged, if you're going to do something that you're like changing firmware and you're not sure about what's going to happen, stick down the dodgy side and it'll protect your magnet underneath, and you don't worry about ruining the good side. It's good for like testing new materials and stuff as well, because some like slightly weird or different materials, they might stick a lot more than you expect. So if you've got a damaged side that you have used a lot, then you can risk that instead of doing it on the brand new tidy side. And it looks awesome in that gold color too. So let's get this lot back in here. I won't bring the printer up to assemble that back just yet, because there's plenty of other things to get on with. I have done some preparation for today, so we'll be able to progress reasonably quickly. There is a bunch of heated inserts I do need to do though. So we're going to be doing that. I should have got this plugged in before, but I forgot it. Still getting used to Super Slicer. I've been a Cura person forever. As a UX designer, Super Slicer appreciate could do with an improvement, but love the features. Yeah, I think I'd be inclined to agree that Cura does kind of look nicer, but again, I guess part of it is how used to it you are. I use Cura most of the time, I think, up until the Prusa Mark III was first released, at which point I switched to using Prusa Slicer because they had a whole load of pre-made profiles. So yeah, don't forget to enter the giveaway and leave a like on the video. And probably visit Ooznest as well, because they are a fantastic supporter. They do provide me filament all the time for use in like extrusion testing and stuff. They are based in the UK, so that's great. They also have full carbol spores. They've got loads of colours. They've got a lot of stuff, and they're very supportive. This contraption, oh well, it's a good opportunity to talk about it. Give me a second, we'll get prepared and then we can start talking about it. I'm just like mid-thought, my brain's crashed. Where's these inserts? So I don't know if there's that many to do, but there's definitely a bunch. So, oh, I was going to check the instructions, that's what we're going to quick look at. So we're basically moving on to doing the skirt assembly now. I'm going to do all the threaded inserts, then we'll bring the printer up, probably add the bed, add the skirts, and then get on with other things. So it's just oh, interesting. They say to put threaded inserts into the fan. That'd be interesting. Hopefully I've got all these printed parts okay, and I remember where all the heated inserts go. So yes, this machine is my threaded inserts machine. I designed it a little while ago before the first Voron build that I did, and you'll see how it works. The basic premise is it's a soldering iron with a special tip on the tip. You have a counterweight on one side and it just brings it up, and it's just a kind of, for me, it's a safer, easier way of using this tool, so you don't have to like have it in your hand and jab towards yourself kind of thing. And yeah, it's just quite easy to make. So here's an extra spoiler alert. I'm going to be selling these as a kit because everyone was asking for them. So I've not announced this anywhere yet, so this is probably like the first. It's going to be a kit. There's going to be 2 types available. A hardware kit, where just buy all the parts and you print the parts yourself, but you buy everything else and then you can put that together. Or you can have the hardware and the printed parts, and that will be everything you need, minus the soldering iron, because I'm not going to start selling soldering irons. That's just not worth doing. So there'll be a bunch of different end sizes. It's going to be shorter than this one. As you can see, I never used the full height anyway. In fact, the design is quite a lot different because I've sort of optimized it, if you like, for doing like a sale of it, because this is not very optimal for doing that. It's okay for building at home with like scrap materials and whatever you've got around, but the new design will be vastly improved for distribution, in my eyes anyway. I've tested it and it seems to work exactly the same. So feature-wise, it will be identical apart from this height, just because shipping a 400mm long piece of metal is not very efficient compared to shipping a 300mm long piece of metal. So, and the new design uses the full length a little bit better. So while it is shorter, it's also still better, I think. I won't be showing it off now, but there will be videos and whatever when it's around. So, and there'll be a pre-order up on the website, because obviously being a hardware kit, I do have to buy all the things to sell that. So I'll probably do it with like a pre-order system, because otherwise it just costs too much to do. Yes, the stepper motor is a counterweight. So the new design uses a different counterweight, which you can just use much easier. That doesn't need any threaded inserts. This does. Hopefully I have enough. I've got some extras if I need to. It'll be open source, so you can, if you want to print, I mean, if you just want to print the parts and do the whole thing yourself, you can already do that. This option, this design is already available. I know there's a lot of people that just can't be bothered to source all the extra parts and little bits and all this kind of stuff. And people don't want to disassemble their working printers to get the extrusion or anything like that. So I think a hardware kit will be perfect for a lot of people that want to build it, but don't want a hassle of sourcing things and waiting for shipments from loads of different places and all this kind of messing around. Is there any in this? I think that's just screw holes. That's nothing. That's nothing. This one. That's just screw holes. This is one we've just done. Is there anything in that one? We do have the fans. Let's get the fans. Yeah, the new design will have quite a few optimizations. Obviously, I've used this one quite a lot now. And I've learned about what works well and what doesn't work so well. So I can integrate those things into the new design for a better outcome. This is feeling a bit wobbly today, because I've been fiddling around a bit, so I think I've accidentally loosened the wheels on this a little bit, so it's not quite as great, but it's still fine. I don't know if you can hear that through the microphone, but there's, because I think this is, so they normally fiber fill these to make them like quite hard and rigid. So it's like probably like a fiber filled polycarbonate or fiber filled ABS or something. Like I think you can hear the fibers as it's being heated. Oh, it's a weird sound. Whoops, it is. Definitely should have done some of these before the stream. I didn't want to waste the whole time putting threaded inserts in. We have so much assembly to do. I feel like you should have had those printers printing in the background. I mean, I do like to have printers. I have done in the past. The problem is the fumes from basically anything printing gets me quite easily. So I end up like snotty and gross and coughing and all this kind of stuff. So I'm never normally in the room when the printers are going. If it was an enormous closed cabinet, then I might. But it's not. This is not LDO kit, so I'm not sure. These are GDS time fans, though, I believe. Yes. I mean, those are the spec. These are what are specified in the BOM. So I suspect LDO would go with the same thing. Not 100%. Oh, chat is busy today. I cannot keep up. And people wonder why it takes me so long to build a printer, eh? Got to answer them questions at the same time. What about your VZBot build? That's sort of just pending. We're just waiting for a kit. Save me spending a lot of time self-sourcing things. Then everyone else would maybe then source differently anyway. So Mello are putting together 3D Mello, you may know them. They're putting together a kit for me. It's going to be the VZBot 235. So a little bit smaller than this one, but they do a 330mm size as well if you want something a bit larger. Very much looking forward to that. Should be a good build. There won't be any threaded heat inserts though, because as far as I know, it's going to be a full metal parts kit. So it's going to be all fancy aluminium stuff, which is going to be pretty sweet. Oh, I did order a lot more of the lights. So the daylight PCB mod that I made, the Daybreak edition, they sold out very quickly. You all seem to really enjoy those. I think they're pretty cool. So I've designed some NeoPixel versions, so some RGB ones of the same length, and then also a mini version and a mini RGB version. So there'll be lots of size and color options coming reasonably soon. They are being made as we speak, and as soon as I get here, I'll be able to assemble them and start shipping them. Well, I'll obviously test them first, but then I'll assemble them and ship them, provided they test okay. If they don't test okay, I won't be shipping them, just so you know. That's 2. Oh, this is like ASMR edition live streaming today. Right, that's those 3. 2 fans, 2 of those. Display. Doopy-doopy-doopy-doopy-doo. Okay, let's assemble some of these things. Right. Turn this off. I don't think we need this now. Not for the moment, anyway. We can bring it back if we need it. Did they make these symmetrical? No, they're still not symmetrical. Okay. One thing I did notice is some of the backs of these are still not very pretty. That's a bit nicer. You probably can't see it on camera particularly well. This one's really obvious. You can see all those like white stress marks. So I get these a lot. Probably because I pull my prints off before they're properly cooled, or my first layer's a bit too close or something. But using a wire brush just seems to kind of basically sand the top of it very lightly. I've used heat in the past, but that ends up warping the part always, so I'm starting to prefer this method, which was suggested by a viewer not that long ago. Is that a brass brush? It's actually a steel brush, but a brass brush would also work. It gives a really nice matte finish. I think that one's already okay. Let's do these ones as well. I'm all of a sudden rather warm. This one looks alright. That one's okay, that one's okay, that one's okay. Right. So now we have to get these pieces the right way around. They're really not obvious. Oh no, here. So you can see that tiny little detail here. Tells you that you have to get that cutout bit towards the bottom. So like that. I think the difference between having lots of screws and having lots of printed parts is that to make lots of printed parts, you still only need one filament. So in terms of sourcing, it's just one thing. Obviously, printing lots of different printed parts is still something you've got to do. But when you have to buy lots of different things, lots of different screws rather, it can be less cost efficient. So if you're self-sourcing in particular, it can be useful to have similar sizes of screws. For example, it would be cheaper to buy 100 screws that are all the same than it would be to buy 10 different screws in packs of 10. Because you'd either end up buying 10 packs of 100 screws to keep it relatively efficient even though more expensive, or you buy packs of 10 which are guaranteed to be pretty expensive, relatively. It's very much a design for manufacture or design for assembly kind of procedure, cost down exercise, that kind of thing. Quite a common industry thing to reduce your screw count. It also makes assembly easier if all of your screws in your build require the same hex. So like don't change all the time between using countersunks, button heads, cap heads and all this kind of stuff. And if you do maybe have different sizes, you can change the cap size to make them all the same tool. It's not that useful, but it can be occasionally. 3 of these, where's the other one go? Oh, it goes on the one that's already installed because it has the power thing on it. Okie dokie. Well, how am I going to do that then? Because it's already in the printer. This is a generic no-name precise electric screwdriver. I have a different one too. I'll have a review soon of my thoughts on them. I'm mainly using them now as a test before reviewing them, so don't buy them based on the fact that I'm using them, because I'm using them to try them out, not because I think they're amazing. Okay, so I also made myself a little checklist today to try and speed things up. Skirts we've done. I think now we need the printer here. Oh, we can do Nevermore. We need to assemble that as well, and that has threaded inserts. So that also has printed parts. Don't know where those printed parts are. Over here. So these are actually in black rather than grey. The only reason really for doing that is because I wanted them to be actual ABS as opposed to ABS Pro, which is what I've got for the grey, just to get as much temperature resistance as physically possible. And then we've got a full kit in here somewhere. Here we go. And then we've got the charcoal as well. I think we can put that in afterwards. Although it assembles under the bed, so maybe not afterwards. So I don't actually know how to assemble this. Can we do this on the... Doesn't work quite as well on smooth finish. Yeah, that'll do. I don't know how effective it is because I've not used one yet. This is going to be the first one. I'm just going to try and find a quick assembly guide if there is one. I don't know how much I need an assembly guide. Presumably these fans just stick in there, but they look like they might be a bit of a tight squeeze, so maybe not as easy as I'd had hoped. So, so it's the V5 Duo that I'm using. Getting started, sourcing bomb assembly, instructions for V5. Coming soon. This has been out for ages. Okay, start by cutting the 5015 so just the center remains. Take off the top half, cut the bottom piece circular around the fan blades. What? So we'll start by taking off the top at least. How are we doing for time? 40 minutes already. We're never going to make it all the way through as far as I'd hoped. I was very ambitious with what we were going to get achieved today. But hopefully we'll do a lot of things regardless. So it looks like for V5 we can just put it in like this. We're going to have to get the cables in the right place as well. Not 100% sure I needed to remove the top, to be honest, did I? That literally would have fit absolutely fine. Okay then. Oh, I've lost chat. When are the pre-orders for new LED strips coming? Soon. I started setting up the pages today. I don't really want to put the pre-orders up until I know that they work good, though, if you see what I mean. I kind of want to test them first, just in case they are rubbish. I don't want to be selling or taking pre-orders from people like too far in advance of knowing I have something that works. I mean, the original design, the design that I'm not changing, I might put the pre-orders up sooner because it's just a PCB change of color. So the white color is now black. And they're basically the same otherwise. But the RGB ones specifically, I'd like to double check that they all work as expected. Do some like temperature, load testing and stuff on them just to make sure they're gonna do what I want them to do. And then we'll get the pre-orders going. By that point, there'll probably just be orders. Just want to lift this out a little bit. I think it might be a bit easier to put the cable in. No, not much like that. The cable has to do a very tight bend to get into this like lower compartment because it goes under the fan and back through the other side. Okay, so that might end up a bit rattly because, I don't know. Okay, that's all right. And we've got this one as well. Are the RGB ones a black PCB? Yes, both black PCBs, all black PCBs. Yeah, so I could have saved ripping my fan in half. If there was some... I mean, it can't take that long to write some instructions, can it? Presumably the designers sort of disappeared, have they? Oh. Oh, that's a fussy what's it. Okay. Link on the store to GitHub is a 404. Oh, I forgot to change the link today. Yes, so I changed the repository in the for my stuff. So I will update that as soon as I can. Oh dear, which? Now I don't know which cables go to which fans. Yeah, you see it. It's definitely there. So it'll all be there. Okie dokie. 2 fans. One that I ripped apart and didn't need to. What was the next instructions? We aim for removing the focus. I'm not sure the instructions are going to be much use given that they were already incorrect. So we've got some magnets that want to go in here. Are they going to be press fit or do we have to glue them? Looks like that might press fit okay. But this one not want to get in. Do I need the other magnets? Probably not. Last pair. So that one doesn't stay in. I'm reasonably happy with that anyway. So I'm not sure if this is, I think it screws outwards, right? Goes between the two things. What are we building? This is a good question. These instructions are not very good. So we need a thread insert here. Looks like we put one in here as well. And this screws up from the bottom or something. Holds the fan in place. That's a funky smell. I feel like these are unnecessary given how tightly the fans already fit into the case. The soldering iron's set to 300 degrees Celsius, but I know from measuring the other day that even at 200 it only goes to about 170, 175-ish, so 300 is probably no more than 270, 280. Probably last one's probably here then. Literally making this up as I go along, I feel. I don't know what's supposed to go where. We've got long screws. That one's different to the rest of them. I think those are for the screwing out sideways into the printer. That looks about right. You can push those in by the looks of it because that hole tolerance is a bit tight. And then these little ones look like they hold the top in. I think there is some support inside that cartridge still. I don't think, what support material? I never printed any support material. There was no support material on it. So I think we should be okay. Just like that goes in there. That gets a screw in the top. So that maybe has this screw. This has these two. That has that one. No, this is a different one. Do we have 4 screws that are the same? 1, 2, 3, 4. This has got to be for the fans. Let's do those. Oh, it's too tight. Print tolerances, people. The giveaway form says draft saves, but I didn't get a submitted successfully or anything. That doesn't sound right. I mean, I've never submitted a form to my own competition, so I'm not 100% what people get. Can anybody else that's entered confirm what it looks like when you get a confirmation? Ooh, that came through quick. Almost drilled myself in the hand, eh? That would have been an interesting event. Why is this one different to that? That goes in. That goes in. I think it's just because there's extra plastic that's bulging around the holes from where I've done the heated insert. So that's why. There we go. Yep. Oakley dokley. So these will be on the printer. Those can go in here probably. Now we've got 1, 2. What are these screws for? I have no idea. That looks like it's from something else, because that's similar to these, but not the same. There's no space for it, so I don't think it's needed. This is going to go in here. although I need to sort these wires out. Presumably you've got to solder them to this tiny connector. I'd probably rather just put the wires out and wire them from there. Can we do that? Maybe that's not ideal. I think we're going to have to poke the wires out anyway just to solder them to that connector. The carbon filter cartridge. Carbon filter cartridge. Has the built-in support under the heatset insert. It just looks like part of the design. That doesn't look like support material. I think it's good as it is. There's 3 for the top, but 1 is cosmetic. This is when people install cosmetic screws. It's a new one on me. Oh, is this a cosmetic screw? Okay, sure. That's that in. So do we chuck this full of carbon now? This looks like it's, because it's magnetic, this will screw in and I should be able to remove this afterwards, right? So I think I'll leave that out at the moment. We'll assemble it. Now we can say it's done. But we shall leave it. Right, so we've got to deal with these wires. Obviously, they're to connect to this. I want to make sure that they're the same wiring that matches other fans. And we need the soldering iron to do that. So we have to carefully, never do this by the way, not a good idea. We need some solder, and we need the soldering tray with the thingy dooblies. Here we go. So this is obviously going to be rather hot. This is making a nice burn in the desk. Yep. Oh well, that's why I got a wooden desk, so it doesn't really matter. I think it adds a nice bit of character. Shows quite how hot that thing is, doesn't it? Oh no, that's plastic. Oh no, shit. Put this one on. No. I think we'll put those 2 remaining screws somewhere else. Where did you get the heat press from? I made it, it's mine. Kit coming soon, video on the channel. Right. I feel like I'm in like turbo mode. I don't know why I feel the need to go so quickly. I just really want a working printer. I've had another printer die this week. So both of my Voron printers currently do not function. Oh, it's so frustrating. So I can't even print any full ABS parts if I need to. Second, get some here. Is there any way I can make automated response? I feel like I need like an automated response every time somebody asks about the heated insert press. The main thing you need to know is that there's a kit coming soon, and it'll be amazing. This is going to be difficult. Right. This is not really an ideal use for JST connector, but there you go. You need a wire connector. This is a wire to board connector. There's no board. Should have a wire connection with a whatever. Doesn't matter. It's fine. I'm just being a bitch. Right. So we want the black wire on this side. I'm going to get some blue tack. Ooh. You need flux, lol. There's flux in the solder. It has a flux core, so as you solder, the flux is deposited. Lol. Not sure why I needed that. Probably could have stripped a little longer ends on here to try and get these wires to stay together a bit better. Yeah, well, blue tack is what we call it, but yeah, any kind of putty. I mean, you want to be a bit careful because if it's too sensitive to heat, you'll make some funny fumes or something. But just generally keep it a little bit away from the actual heat source and you should be fine. So now I actually want this a bit shorter. I'm going to hold it with tweezers to prevent myself from burning my own hands. Hopefully be able to solder this straight to this. holding it a little bit afterwards while it melts. I mean, the opposite, freezes. Some heat shrink on there might have been a nice addition, but we do have some gap. I think it'll be okay. Maybe we'll stick some tweezers in and try and... That'll be alright. The V0 died because reasons. Basically, the heat block, the heat break rather, sort of failed to function correctly. It doesn't, how do I put this? The three-part, because it's a multi-material heat break in the hot end, the Vatus Dragonfly is, and you have like a copper bit that's in the cold end, you have this steel tube, and then you have another copper bit that's in the heat block area. And basically the hot block area, I think from where I've tightened nozzles and maybe started to twist it, it's reduced the pull-out force of that tube, so it doesn't quite sit in properly. So as you try and push filament in, it kind of gets stuck in a little gap, a bit like when you have a PTFE tube that goes like further down and it's kind of gets stuck in that area. So I get that, so it can't really extrude properly. Not ideal. Righty-ho, I think that looks pretty good. We've got that pretty tidy, pretty neat. It'd be nice if I had a black connector, wouldn't it? But overall, quite a good design. I'm obviously feeling pretty fussy today, but I think it is pretty good. It's gone together, so that's the main thing. Again, as often, just maybe some slight tolerance. Some high ambitions on tolerance, I should say. Right. Next. I think next is time to try and pull some things together. First, what we're going to do is assemble the screen though. We have the screen here. We should have a, where's the backing piece? Here. It is disgustingly tidy. I really need to get a t-shirt with that on it, don't I? That would be a good idea. What am I looking for? I started looking and forgot what I was looking for. The screen. Here we go. So, I've got an itchy nose. Right. This cable didn't come with it, by the way, but this is the BigTreeTech Pi TFT50. So, nice big touch screen. So, we'll be using Clipper firmware, and then Clipper screen is like a screen for Clipper firmware. You can actually set it up in a number of different ways. It doesn't actually, I believe, it doesn't have to be attached to the printer. You can have like a web Clipper screen sort of thing. I think. Don't quote me on that. But I think that's the thing you can do. You can have one clipper screen for multiple printers, I think. Let's not put that up there because you're blocking the screen, like this. Yo, Jake from the State Farm. Are you going to do fluid or mainsail? Probably fluid! No, I'm probably going to do mainsail. I'm going to try, so this is where I was procrastinating because firmware configuration is not something I particularly enjoy doing. It's not, I don't mind it really, but especially when I'm doing it on stream, I've got lots of people watching. I know I'm going to get it wrong multiple times and that makes me anxious. So what I like to do, or what I would like to do, is use RatOS. So if you see me use RatOS for my rat rig builds, it's basically like a pre-configured firmware. There isn't a V2.4 configuration for it, so I'll have to create one, which is basically then obviously doing all the firmware configuration anyway. But at least I have like clipper screen and everything. Oh, I forgot to put the screen in. I have a bunch of stuff all ready to go, basically. Hey, Nuno. I haven't seen an articulated LCD support. Well, I've seen the one for the 12864, but this is a much bigger screen. So I had the cable ready, knowing that I needed to do this. This design is not optimal. It should be a bit wider really, because this cable is quite stiff and you have to contort it a little bit to get it into the right place. I was going to do my own design, but I didn't. It doesn't need a lot, it just needs a bit more space. You can see I've already bent that blue cable because I've tried this already. But really that needs much more space. It needs to go out that far and then go up. And this case doesn't really allow for that. So it has to get forced around a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't break the ribbon connection. Hopefully it's all okay. Is there one for 5-inch LCD? Well, I obviously missed that completely. This is the only one I found, so this is why I'm using this one. If you can send me the, oh no, it's too late. No, I'm just gonna be using this one. This one will be fine. So this is going to go on here. Can't remember which way up this goes. I think this way, and then this goes on here. This goes on here. That comes out here. Screws go in here. That one is the TFT50, so the articulated support is meant for that one. Oh. These screws look a bit long. A little bit aware that I might crush a screen if I'm not careful. Yeah, there's quite a bit of room. I might have some obsidian nodules on the way. They might have been meant to arrive today, but didn't. Is there anything you're not using you wish you had? I don't know, really. don't think so. You won't be able to share links here. If you send me it via Twitter, I can share it here for anyone else that's interested. Right, that should be good. So that's the screen. Did I even have that on my list? Nope. We also need to do the USB camera assembly. So that's more heated inserts. I forgot about this one. I wish I'd done that earlier. Rats. This is hot steel. So there's actually only 2 inserts in this, but 2 inserts is still inserts that we do still need to do. Right, so I should be able to post the link. There you go, that's the link. Oh yeah, that looks quite tidy actually. Yep, that probably would have been better, but you know what? I've got this one now. Maybe I'll change to that one at some point. I'll see how I get on with this one. Sometimes it's nice to have something that doesn't move. So this piece is a mount for a small USB camera module. Just going to mount on here, with here and here and here. So this actually comes with a really short USB cable. It comes with this stuck on the end, so like that. But if I like this, there you go, make it look like it's one cable, like that. The downside is this cable is way too short to do anything with, especially on a 3D printer, it's just not long enough. So I've cut the USB cable off. That's going to go to the grave of USB cables. Oops, a daisy. It'll be useful some other day. And we put on this instead, which is just a USB breakout board, USB-C. So we can use a USB-C cable on this little mount, on this little PCB, to mount this camera. So this is the little camera module, and with the correct screws we can get this dinky little thing in here. So which way around does this go? Like so. That through there, that on there. Oh no, hang on. That's got to go through here, then through here, then on here. Is that right? I think that's okay. And this goes on here. Sorry, I lost chat there for a bit. Have you any update about the support of CAN bus on the print head? No. I know there could be a thing at some point, but I don't have any schedule or if it's certain or anything, so basically no. Why am I doing this in such a painful way? Oh! Change, 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 change. Is this just here? It is not. Are you kidding me? Okay. Let's hope this other end goes a little bit quicker. Hello, John Stern. Welcome back. No. Right. So this should go on here one way or another. Then they go on here. Oh, what's this? On here. Oh, because when I want to go quick, I think a manual screwdriver is still better. Or I'm just more comfortable with it. There we go, so that gives a nice little kind of pivoty, tilty camera. Now we just got to whack this on here. Some very short screws would probably be best. I don't know if I have some ideal screws. M3x6, those will probably do. Don't know what they're for, but now they're going to be used for this. This doesn't really fit. That's annoying. My board is obviously slightly different dimensions to the one that it was designed for. Kind of works. I think that'll be good enough. There we go. That'll tilt. We can tighten this up at any point if we need to. Once we find the perfect angle, we can tighten these screws up in the end and just it'll just stay in position then. For now, that camera model is ready to go. Oof. Yeah, well, the square hole is not my design, basically. So I've had to, like, it's not even actually for that camera module. I've had to adapt and improvise, or whatever the saying is. I think we've got most of our bits and bobs together now. This needs more threaded inserts. So because we're using a Nevermore filter, we don't need the exhaust at the back of the printer. Well, we definitely don't want it. So we're going to get some threaded inserts in this doobly-doo. I can't remember which side this is supposed to go, if at all. Pretty sure for these, are these M5 size? They're probably not, considering the... Maybe someone, that's a very optimistic M5, but it does kind of fit. But I'm pretty sure these ones here are for M3 inserts. So that's going with that, going with that, going with that. Daylight LEDs, we've got them ready. The mounts, we've got nuts. I didn't use threaded inserts on those, although I maybe should have done. I might modify that for the version 2 ones as they get delivered. Z-belt covers, bottom panel, other panels, door brackets, exhaust, filament sensor, spool holder, filament sensor. We can get it assembled, ready to go. We can do... So, spool holder is something... spool holder. Filament sensor is something I've modified myself. So, it's not in there. It's basically a modified version of the BigTreeTech smart filament sensor. So originally it looks basically like this, and it has this panel on the back, normally a sticker on the front that says like BigTreeTech or smart filament or something. And yeah, that goes on there, and you have to find some way to attach it. So they actually provide some like detailed geometry of this piece. In fact, I think they have open source of basically the whole thing. So I've adapted the Voron mount to hopefully sort of work basically the same as the last one, but as a sensor. And then we've got that wire that we can use to wire it in later on. And then a little bit of filament as well. I might do without that, I think. Oh, you don't need this either. I can't remember if I've uploaded this design yet. I might not. Oh, I need the screws. Might not have done. I think I designed it to use the screws it comes with. I did. What a smart cookie. 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Some extra washers here too. Should we use those just to be extra fancy? And there's a different filament coupling there as well. Not sure what it's for. Maybe for when you want to mount it on a Creality printer or something. So I'll put the washers in these. Oh, why are you focusing on this multi-camera? In fact, you know what I prefer to use is these. These are some of my favourites at the moment. if you use the right... What? 3? Oh, 3 and 2.5. I meant to get 2.5 and 2. This is good because the shaft is small, so when it's free spinning you can spin it easily, but it's got a good handle for doing something that actually needs torque as well. Oh, day glow is like UV reactive stuff. I didn't know that. I thought you just meant like a bright orange. I think they do release black paint CAD, that's what I mean. I'm pretty sure they have step files. The whole thing's in step files. Right, pretty happy with that. So that clips on that way up. It looks like it should go that way, but no, it goes this way. And it goes basically in the same place as the original filament sensor would. Mounts in exactly the same way. As you can see, this part of the bracket is basically the same. I've just like rammed this into the part of the design and cut it off so it fits. And yeah, that's how that works. So that's another little module we can add in. We're starting to look pretty good. Might have to move all this schism out of the way so we can actually assemble some things. So much stuff, need to get it on a printer. How are we doing for time? Is everyone remembering to enter the giveaway? That's the main thing. Make sure you give Ooze Nest a visit. Is that today's one? I've lost track. What's the day today? 27th? 3 spools of Ooze Nest ABS. Heat insert machine is going to go away for a bit. Down there. That's going to go over there. This is going to be in the way. Let's just push that to the side. Right. So, first things first, let's get our bed installed again. Where did I put it? How does one lose the largest part of the printer? That's a real talent, that one. I haven't cut out the little slots that I need, have I? Let's do that carefully. This is not as easy as I thought it would be. It's way more rigid than I thought. The actual metallic material itself is quite strong. Yeah, I'm not going to zoom in too far because then you can see me mangling it. I think that looks reasonably neat. I do, if I do say so myself. I'm going to do another two at the back. All these are for really is just access to the screws, so you barely even need them very much. Right. I think it's actually, if you look at these ones, I think these are probably the better ones. I think I've actually done a pretty good job. Like, it's not, I wouldn't say it's perfect. Like a machine could do better. And it can't focus. But I think that's pretty good. I'm happy with it, put it that way. Preempting the question of the Lazy Susan, also made it myself. I bet somebody was just typing that. There's always someone. Every time. I've not done the grinding on the end stop. It's important to do that. Let's get all the wires down the hole and plug them back into where they were before. I forgot Nevermore. Never! Right, we need to do that. Hopefully I can just sort of tilt the bed up a bit, maybe. What I think I'll do, though, is bring this up a bit, and we'll tilt you down a bit. I think that might help. So, Monsieur Nevermore. That doesn't really fit very well. Okay, it's going to fit very tightly. Almost to the point where I don't even need the nuts to hold it in. So this goes at the front. Yeah, we're going to have to adjust the bed a tiny... Oh, I don't think we will be able to. Because even if I loosen this, which I can't, the din rails underneath are also holding it in place. So I'm not sure this is going to do much. It's also kind of set by the... yeah. It does nothing. The holes of the bed. So I believe we want this right at the front, like so, something like that. I'm never going to be able to get this out once the bed's in though. So I think now might be a good time to make a massive mess, presumably, with this carbon fibre, activated charcoal. Let's have a go at this. I've not done this before. I'm expecting a massive mess, because while I believe it's in pellets, some I guess will be smaller than the pellets. I think we just want to fill it up. This is my guess. So if it's not full, air will go around the sides. You received your EBB 36. Excellent, good to hear. No, 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 no. Oh no. Get in there. Get back in there. Well, that's pretty densely packed. Oh, I've not sorted the wiring for this either. So I'll be taking the bed back out to do that anyway. And maybe do that off stream because it's just literally 2 fan wires. It's not particularly exciting. I'm sure anyone can work it out. So those to the side. A V1.2. The EBV 1.1 has a design flaw that can leave the heater pin active while in DFU mode. Rev 1.2 fixes this. No, there's lots of stuff on this printer that doesn't come standard with. I mean, nothing comes. Whatever you get, you have to get yourself. But it's not standard fit. There's lots on this machine is modified. So that sort of pokes out the front. Could probably bring it a little further forward, but it's not easy to do. I just want to get on with things at the moment. So we've got this. You might have remembered earlier, I was putting these mounts on. This is the remaining one. This goes on here, like so. It's too close. Okay, we're going to have to tilt the printer, which is going to be best back. We can't do back because we need that. So loosen this, because we need space for this. Are there tutorials on Voron 2.4 kinematic bed mount? I get confused as to 2.4 is flying going to them. Why kinematic bed? Kinematic bed is more about the mounting of the bed rather than the motion of the bed. You still need your bed to be mounted nicely regardless of whether it is moving or not moving. So this is coming down here. This one is going here, this is going here, this is going into here. are we at? 1 hour 54. Got an hour left to finish mechanical assembly. Oh, let's get you looking somewhere appropriate. I don't really want that going under there. Earth wire is going to go under here. And into the clips down at the bottom, which are all for earth. Oh, there's so much stuff here. What did I do with the tweezers? Lots of seagulls out today. Right. Time for more skirts. So we've got the back one here. I've already put all the nuts in, so everything should be ready for us to just add screws. So that should be nice and quick. And then up here we have this one. So this is actually the, oh, just too close. This is the downside of a lazy Susan. Every time you press on it, the whole thing spins around. So this, there we go, has keystones. So I'm just going to use these. Normally they're for like network ports. I'm going to fill them, one at least, with a blank. I'm going to use the other one for wires that come out of the enclosure. I'm not sure which way they want you to put that in, but that just sort of fills that gap like that. Now we have one open hole, we can stick wires out there that we need to stick out. That's going to be mainly, I think, USB camera, any other external things, the filament sensor, maybe the lights. I think the cable has to come out the bottom. There's not a great way on the 2.4 to get cables from the bottom to the top because of the moving bed. Obviously it takes sort of all that extrusion, space around the extrusion with a moving gantry. So oh yes, I do need a foot brake. That would be a lovely idea. My hand's starting to hurt. Oof. Might have to switch to electrical screwdriver. Let's do front, shall we? So yeah, the problem is it's because it's so wide, you can't get in at angles. The angle of that angle is not appropriate. Oh, I suppose we can try this. Make it into a bendy boy. There's that one. Next, this display. Thanks, I'm glad you think so. I think they look pretty good too. I think if they were like actually properly tied down, they'd look even better, but so that's that installed. That's going to look like that. I think that's pretty good. I don't know how much I'm going to use the display. It does just, most of the time I use the web interface, but sometimes I just want to like walk into the room and press a heating like as I come in. Just go, ABS, and I can sit down, do the slicing and everything, and it's kind of ready to go by the time I'm starting. It's just stuff like that. You just want that button on the printer to go rather than fannying about with your phone. So that's just going to sort of float in there. It's not particularly safe or secure, but there shouldn't be much moving around in here other than air. So hopefully it's going to be okay. Electronics bay is indeed disgustingly tidy. I wouldn't have it any other way. And again, this doesn't fit. Why not? There we go. Hopefully this now fits. And that's a oh no. There we go. Just got to get the angle of the dangle right. That's the front. Looking pretty slick. What are we up to? Just over 2 hours. I think it's time for a quick comfort break. So just like a few minutes, we won't be long. So if you need to go and do something quick, this is probably a good opportunity. And then we'll be back in like 2-3 minutes. And so yeah, I'll see you in just a second. Right. Back to it. Full concentration. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead, Mr. Parker. Full speed ahead. Right. So we need some Ds, some Ds, some Ds. I just got confirmation, by the way, that a package has been delivered from E3D. I wonder what it could be. Either way, I don't know how they've managed to deliver it because I was in here. What the dickens is going on with this? That goes on there. Does this go on the outside? Surely not. That goes in there. Oh yeah, it goes between them. That's fine. Oh dear. Oh, it didn't happen. Oh, that sneezes. Oh. It was 100% there and then it disappeared. I'm glad that they've changed this design for the fan mounting away from the weird taping thing that they did before. This looks better. What is going on? I've 100% put this in backwards. Your package has been left in the middle of the frickin' road, probably out the front, where somebody's going to nick it. That's where it's been left. It was supposed to be delivered before 6 PM, and it's just been delivered at like 9:30. Don't know what they're playing at. But I'm glad that they're at least committed to delivering it. They've probably just delivered it to some other flat. Somebody's got this package they don't know what to do with. Oh no, it was FedEx this time. FedEx, also pretty garbage. The only ones that I've had consistently good has been DPD. They like deliver it when they say they're going to deliver it. They don't do weird, stupid shit, posting it through other people's door. This is going to be weird because the logo is not going to be right way up. Were there two different designs and I've printed two the same instead of printing rotationally different ones? Oh, we'll just have the known imperfection that it's slightly rotated to what it should be. It adds character. Let's go with that. Yeah, that'll do. Functionally, it's not going to matter. It just looks a bit weird. It's weird, isn't it, how some companies just can't do it. Some companies can do it in some places and not in others. And then presumably these just whack on there. Whack that shit in that shit. I don't know why I started sniffling. Oh, the armour of these covers. This is what I seem to have miscounted the number of covers that I need. I've only printed 2 and I needed 4. You know what I've probably done? I printed one and it said print. I printed like a left-hand one and I read it and I goes print 2. So I printed 2. And then when I looked at the right-hand one, I was like, oh, I've already got those, and then ignored it. But now I can't print any more because I don't have a printer that can print ABS. Well, I could print more, but not in red. For the sake of progression, we shall go the risky route and just keep them open at the moment. I've changed my mind. I'm just going to rotate this so the fan comes out a different place. Yeah, our DPG gloves are a bit like that as well. They're the only ones that like actually talk. And it's kind of funny when they have their 1 hour time slot and sometimes they arrive early. And they're like, their little device that they use to flag their delivery won't let them confirm a delivery until the slot starts. So the guy the other day like knocked on my door like a minute in advance. He was just like, we just got to wait a minute. We just like stood there and chatted. The last guy I talked to about like PC modding stuff, same thing, he's like turns up 2 minutes early. She's like, so what are you doing today? What are you up to at the weekend? So there we go. So for me, this is going to be fan end. So let's go up here. Got to find the goddamn screws though. Oh my god, here they are. I've not actually had anyone steal from a package from my doorstep, to be fair. It's quite easy to hide a package where I live, so they tend to not get pinched. But they have been delivered to the wrong place quite a lot. I have to like wander up and down the street looking for anywhere with similar name or similar place or something, and it can be a bit of a mess. Pass the force left a VR headset in the hedge. One of my favourite package deliveries. I bought a graphics card for this computer, actually, the streaming PC. So it's not a huge value item, but they're reasonably expensive. it was before the shortage. And I got a notification that it had been delivered. I was not at home, and it rained. And it rained a lot. And I was not home for like 2 days. And I got back, and the box had basically disintegrated. I went to pick it up, and the box just sort of disappeared in my in my hands. It was just sodden all the way through. Luckily, the graphics card is obviously like packed in its sort of, well, it had like foam around it, and then it's sealed in like a plastic thing. It's not like sealed, but it was wrapped enough that it didn't get wet. I mean, generally, wet electronics is not the end of the world. Dry them out, but still, better that they don't get wet. This is where lifting this printer starts to get more difficult, because normally you can use the frame down here to lift it, but as soon as you put these skirts on, they're not really structural. They're basically for looks. So lifting the whole machine gets a little bit more difficult. Crash. Right, this side. Oh, why is this one? Oh, I've put the wrong one on here, you silly. You pleb. Oh, which one's the right way around? Which one's the wrong way around? This looks sensible, but I think this is what the manual says. I think I prefer, because this one is out, these ones should be out too. At least, that's my opinion. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite me at some other point. Like right now when I can't fit this piece in. Why didn't it fit? It's the same length as the other one. There we go. It never took off. Such puns. Boys and girls, we are nearly having a printer. Oh, that made a weird sound. Right, we've got to do these fans, so they've got to go in here somewhere. I'm not going to be too bothered about it, I don't think. This feels like a future me problem. You can hide the wires by just putting them under everything else. That always works well. Which one should we choose? Maybe this one here and this one here. Oh. There you go, you barely noticed them. Right, instructions wise, that's all the fans and skirts and stuff. I don't know, oh, fans, that's telling you to plug the fans in. apply tape. So I've done some tape application in advance because I know that step takes ages, and it's literally just applying some sticky stuff to some other sticky stuff. What are we on? 2 hours 25. Come on. We've got so much to do. I don't think we're going to manage it today. I might go a bit beyond 3 hours, but not too far, I don't think. We might get far enough through that I feel like I can not this time. Oh, no. I want to get far enough through that I feel like I'm sort of done. And maybe we do firmware and then panels when we do the final build. RGB designed Daybreak LED PCBs are coming. They're just not here yet. They're being made as we speakins. So this is the panel, already pre-cooked. Oh, isn't she a beauty? Oh yes. I'm not sure it's supposed to fit in that gap, is it? Don't know. I think this goes here, right? This goes down here. And then these go here, 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 and here. So I think the best thing might be to put screws in. And then we take them out one at a time to stick them down. I guess it's a bit of a long-winded way of doing it, but it does make sure that we get the clips in the right place. Do you remember off the top of your head the size of the V0 RGB LEDs Daybreak PCBs? Yes, of course I do. So the official size for miniature LEDs, which were shared with me literally like 3 hours after I had placed the order for my design, are 150 millimeters long, same 11 meter width, I believe. Mine are 170 millimeters long and the same 11 millimeter width. I haven't designed a mount for them yet, but I did have a look, and 170 millimeters makes them exactly 100 millimeters less than the full length design, and it should be pretty good length. They're not 50-50 LEDs though, because there seems to be a global shortage of 50/50 RGB and 50/50 RGBWs. So we got 30, I think they're 2835s or 3528s, I forget which way around. Just means they're slightly different size, but they should be fine for RGB. As I said, I shall test them when they arrive, and if they are grossly inadequate, then I shall make a decision then. I think they'll probably be fine. It's not going to be a major problem. We generally don't need RGB to be the main illumination. It just wants to like throw accent colors on stuff. A meeting in the office. Da, da, da. It does seem like I forgot the fan grills. Do you know why? Because I did. I printed 2 and not 4. I printed like 2 left hands and no right hands, I think. Or 2 right hands and no left hands. These things happen. Oh, this is why this is different the other way around. Maybe we'll switch around. Maybe we won't. We'll find out later. Well, the nice thing about fan grills is if it stops you accidentally sticking your fingers in sometimes. If it stops it once, I think it's worth putting them on. Forgotten to do the RGB, the daylight LEDs, because we need to wire those into the base. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Right. Let's stand this heavy mother up. There's one dense base. So, oh, we didn't really need to see the whole manual for that, did we? Never mind. So, these are where my LED strips are going to be going. Just a quick note, because I based these on the original design, the power connectors, I've used JST. You need a different orientation one end than you do the other. So if you plug it in this way, you need to switch the pins for this side. Because in this design, it's 24 volts at the top on both ends and ground both ends, but obviously the JST is the other way around. On the version 2 design, that's more of my design, you can use the same JST connector on both ends because I flipped the 24 ground at each end. Yes. So, we don't have all the wiring for this yet. Again, it's just 2-pin wiring, it's nothing crazy, it's just some power, so I might do that. I'll make the wires between this one and the next one maybe. I might even install them as well, it's not going to be a big deal. But this wire should go between the 2 LEDs strips. And we can install the camera module as well. This is going to go up on the front here and look down like so. In fact, it's going to go the other way around and look down like so. That's going to go up here. Have we put connectors in? We have. Oh, no, good. So, few of these chunky boys. I've used nylock nuts. I'll probably change, as I think I mentioned this earlier today actually, in the stream. I'll change them over to use thread inserts instead, because that's just more in fitting with the overall theme, isn't it, rather than hex nuts. But I think I was designing something else with hex nuts, so I just had hex nuts on the mind. Doesn't really need to be nylocks, just some plain M3 nuts would be absolutely fine. They're not going to, what's the end of the world? The mount starts to look a little bit loose, it's not going to damage anything. So this is, oh, totally missed that. So this is what these little mounts look like. So we've got JST connector on here and this on here. You've got a little cable management thing in the end. This sits in here like so. I think it looks quite tidy, maybe a bit over the kill. And then you've got a little cable management slot down the back there. Red is a horrible colour for filming. It just seems to do weird things to the camera. There you go. And then, yeah, that's that. So you've got one mounting hole to mount this to the frame and another mounting hole to mount this to this. We need another connector for the other side. I'm not entirely sure this is the right length, but it is the length that we have. I don't have any plans for another Voron build at the moment. I mean, I always want to build more things, so don't discount it. Don't think it's not a thing. It's just not a planned thing right at the moment. So first we put these up in here, making sure we get the right one in the right thing. Starting to run out of these M3x8s. Oh, there's also an additional clip. I'm not sure if it's entirely necessary, but long PCBs like this can have a little bit of a bend in them. It's not a lot, but this extra little clip can mount in the middle and provides basically enough strength to hold the whole thing in place and nice and straight. Oh, hello. That's that one. And we need this one for the other end. And then put this in with a little bit of a bendy, bibbly bobbity, boom. Stick those cables hopefully down through that little cable management doohickey. This is maybe a little bit too tight. This is perfectionist level cable management, this is. When it needs tweezers, it's a bit too much. I can't get it in. Is it in? It's kind of in. Cool. So that's how those mount. Then we can put some screws in. I mean, to be honest, look at it. That's going to be plenty strong enough without the screws, but the screws add a bit of extra security. Oops, amazing. Super duper rigid. Can you see that all right? Look at that. Lovely. There will be a CNC machine appearing on the channel sometime soon. I will say that much. This is going to mount up here. So this, obviously we want the camera module to be approximately in the middle. It's going to make the most sense. So we just need to adjust the position to try and get that to be true. Something like that looks about right. Maybe I can use this LED strip as a gauge. That goes to there. That goes to there, so we want it there. That goes to there. That goes to there. Perfect. That's in the middle. Make that secure. And now camera angle wise, probably something like that. Quite steep down. It has a pretty wide angle lens. That's this end. There we go, that's nice and secure. So we've got camera looking down. We'll do the setup of that a little bit later on. I wouldn't say it's not a toy one. It's not like a £100 one off AliExpress, but it's not a Tormach. So I don't know if I can say much about it at the moment. So I'm going to put some cable management dooblies in here. So I've printed those off. Where are those? Down here somewhere. No, up here somewhere. In here somewhere. Yes. I've got lots of the, which ones do I want to use? Who knows? Stop everyone guessing. If I don't know if I can tell you, I'm not going to tell you. Sure, let's use N3x6. I mean, you can guess as much as you want. I'm just not going to tell you if you get it right. I'm pretty sure no one will guess it. So these little cable management things are something I designed for the last build to put at the end of the drag chains, but it's basically just a little way to clip stuff down to the extrusion for cable management. Works really well. Very simple part to print. How do pie cams work in heated chamber? I don't know. I've not used one yet. So it will be an experiment. We shall find out when I start using it. To be honest, I don't check the cameras on printers very much anyway, so it's more just I'm going to do it because I can, and then I'll see if I use it more than I expect. But I don't feel generally like I need cameras. This is some pretty dodgy wire management, but there you go. Don't think this space is used for anything else, so I think we're okay. Might have been wiser to do it at the back of the printer, but we need the back for wiring up to the power initially. Yeah, it would have been nice if it was tucked in a little bit better. That's what's bugging me a touch. What can I do about that? I know. Let's do this on the other face, not this one. Let's just do it up here. And then it's out of the way. And nobody can see it. That's a bump. Ah, this is up the wrong way. This needs to be flipped over the other way. So I've just noticed on the camera module, because the USB-C thing is offset to one side, I always wondered why it had that. And I've just realised it's because when it's mounted to the top of here, you need it to be flush, because you put the panel obviously right on top. So by offsetting the USB-C mount, it means it can sit just below the top so it doesn't interfere. So I'll have the USB routed the other side. That shouldn't be a problem. What I will do though is I'm going to use the air around here to try and manage this cable a bit better, maybe. This is a bit dodgy, but maybe I won't. Maybe I will. I just don't want to be able to see it unless I want to find it, if you see what I mean. If I want to see it, I need to be able to get to it. But I don't want to see it dangling just while it's printing. Now I've just realised I've not checked which side of this is the 24 volt and which side is the ground. Silly me. So, I can check though, can't I? That goes that way around, so that is, it doesn't help me because I still need to check. the continuity. So this is going to go in text right side up, which means that's going to go in that way around into here. So which one is the 24 volt? So that top one there. Correct, okie dokie, so let's work out what pin that is. That's top, that's ground, so this is the ground pin, so that's going in that side. And this is going in the other side. Yay! Wiring. What, is this going to be a better angle? Maybe. To be honest, I need an even wider angle because my head's just being totally cut off. What if I just move that back a bit? Does that help? My head is still being cut off. Oh, so professional. Right. So LED this side. Whoa. Oh, just stepped on something sharp. So hopefully this will go in here. Bit of bendy for the middle clip. These may not be positioned quite right. Where's that one to go? That wants to go about there. So that's fine. Why you not go in? There we go. Darn it. Need to push a screw through the hole further. There we go. So if you back order these, by the way, on the website, you'll get the latest version Daylight with the black PCB. FYI. I've left back orders on. There's no fixed date for delivery, but as I've already said, they are on the way, so there's that. So I need to twisty this a little bit, put an extra loop in here, because the cable's a touch long. Or I could move it all. No, let's make it loopy. I should probably put a clip in here. A clip in here. I might do that. It's lots of extra clips and screws and whatnot, but I don't want the cable getting caught on anything. Oh, this is not the right screw. It's these precious M3x6 screws, which we barely have any of. Yeah, Nipex cutters, amazing. Don't abuse them, they're high quality. They actually cut flush, whereas a lot of cheap ones don't. I might have accidentally cut something that was a bit hard and sort of buggered mine a little bit, which is sad, but this is the way things work. You do it wrong, you pay the price. What the hell? That's weird. That's as tight as it goes, but it doesn't grab the rail. That's lost. Let's try that again. Right, there we go. That'll be okay. I would say not perfect, but good enough. The best thing would be getting the cable the right length in the first place, but not always easy to do. Right, we've made it to 3 hours, and we have not finished. We've done the screen, we've done Nevermore, we've done USB camera, we've done daylight LEDs, we've not the Z chain support. Have I even printed one of those? Not in there, not in there, not in there, not in there. Looks like I have not printed one, so we shall not be fitting that. Z belt covers, we can do those. So this is the M3x6. I'm going to regret using those M3x6s for something else, I know it. I just know it. So which one goes on where? It's never that easy to... Yeah, this one goes here. No, this one does not go here. This one goes here. Doesn't it? How's that going to flipping work? That needs to get in that gap, and that is not going in that gap. They're too wide. Why are they too wide? They're all too wide by a good margin. Well, that's not ideal. We either snip them off, sand them down, or modify the design. I'm surprised that they don't fit. Right, that should go. It's going to be tight, but it'll go. That needs to go down there, in there. There we go. And I'm going to use these other nuts, not the hammer ones. Don't know why these ones are randomly hammer nuts. And got to rotate them into place. Just check it doesn't fit. Yep, doesn't fit. Sand it down. Right, okie dokie. Is that a wire? Why can I see a wire in there? What's this? Oh, it's just a zip tie. I think they look good once they're in. Yeah, that's. I don't know why they're so overly constrained. Goes down here. The other thing I don't understand is why these are left till this point of the assembly. Like they could have been. Oh, my hand's really starting to ache. Hey, Vector3 got around to installing the CBC2 release candidate earlier today, and it looks really good. Can send some photos over in the Discord, but I really do recommend it. Cool, nice. How did you wire up the fan? Wait, so what I mean is, where did you wire it? Oh, fan is on order, but plan to use the 5-volt pin on the probe. Can't remember the name of the connector. We'll see how it turns. Oh, 5-volt for the probe. But if you're using a 5-volt probe, there's not much space. It's a JST-PH, I think. Because it's the smaller version of XH. This is a... Oh, I'm covered in it. ABS dust. Lovely. That's a problem for another day, that. Oh. Right, I think it's panels. And I think I've not printed all the parts I need for this either. Unfortunately, a drop of the thread locker will turn the hammerhead nuts into quarter-turn quick release for the panels. Best stance once the assembly is finished. Oh, I've never done that. Sounds like a lot of effort. So this lot wax on here. I think I'll do the thread locker as it says at the end of the assembly at another time. Classic me, eh? Ooh. This is where the rotation starts to become annoying, because I need it to stay still. Starting the panels is the most difficult bit. Once you've got a couple of these on, it becomes much easier. Do you mean much power in terms of time? Because time-wise, I've only charged it once or twice, I think. They run for quite a long time. The torque they apply is minimal between both, but it doesn't really matter because you don't want to do torque by this anyway. But as you turn it, it kind of locks. So you get it most of the way, and then you just finish it off by hand. Like that. Tidy. Then we have a nice matte black panel on the inside. Satin black anyway. I think these panels are these clips I think are a little bit small for me. I think they said they were for this size panel, but they just look a little bit overworked. Honestly, I'm not sure. If you do get one, get a cheap one. It sounds weird to say, doesn't it? But I can't see much advantage of the expensive one over the cheap one. And the cheap one's ergonomic, at least. The expensive one is not. Apparently, Creality are releasing some sort of clipper box type product. The odds it's a lemon. I mean, everyone's trying to release a single board computer to replace Raspberry Pi at the moment because it's well known that they are in demand and unavailable. I've definitely not printed enough of these clips, have I? 1, 2, 3, 4. And I've got 2 side panels still to go. Well, that's not ideal. I've got some really fat clips. They're too loose for anything. I think I've got too many of these and I don't have any fat corners for the side panels. So I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do. No foam tape on the panels. Yeah, I did the foam tape beforehand. I cheated on that. Foam tape is already applied. I like how you waited for me to install the panel and then asked. That's that's fantastic. I'm definitely going to run out of M3x8 screws. Right, that's that panel. I think we can do the door. For the door we have what is needed, but for the side panels, alas, we do not. That's the other thing that's been sent recently. The BigTreeTech have sending me a M8P and CB1, which is nice. Oh, the top. The tops are 1 mil. That's what I can do. Yeah, I've not printed any clips for the side panels. That's what I've forgotten. Oof. This looks so clean. Oh, we're already on the wide angle, and it's not quite wide enough. Can it go any wider, Captain? So I'm not sure what I'm going to do about printing the remaining clips that I need, because now that both of my Voron printers are out of action, I don't have something to print ABS well. So that's a bit of a bother. I can't believe what you've done, isn't it? This is true. No. It's quite slow doing these panels, isn't it? It's just so many blooming screws. Ow. I think that's a shitty nut. You do get the occasional nut that just doesn't work. Snap clips, they sound useful. They sound faster anyway. What was the title of this stream? What did I say I was going to do? Just want to check I've not forgotten anything. I can't really check the title very easily while streaming. Whereas for you lot, it's all directly under. Skirts, panels and trim. Okay, well I've done some of that. This is panels. Skirts we've definitely done. We've done some trim related things. Doors, sir. The doors. Right. So obviously no foam tape for these doors. I don't know why I say doors funny. Doors. These doors. Shut up, Adam. Right. This is when you know the tiredness is starting to kick in. Helps you make the screwdriver go the right way. Oh, forgotten to do things on the video. And then I'll move the camera, finish doing this, and then forget to move it back as I do the doors. It's this one, last one. Yeah, to get the nuts out, you do kind of have to try and reverse the process of going them in. Going them in? Getting them in, that's what I mean. Right, I believe the position of these is not tremendously important. It'd be nice if they end up matching, but it's not required. Well, that's worked out rather well. It's all getting a bit dusty because of the powdered ABS from my sanding earlier. The question is, can we actually fit 2 doors on this one, or are we going to have the same problem we had last time? I think we might end up having the same problem we had last time. The doors don't fit. Give it a go and see where we get to. I can hear a fly. How interesting, eh? Don't know where that's come from. I have like bug curtains on every window. It helps to grip them closer to the side, that will tilt up. Oh, that's the nuts, not the doors. Oh, the fly's coming for me now. Oh, tolerance, man. So, I don't know if we can mount this hinge any further back. Don't think so, it's just... Oh, it needs to go up a bit. Oh, no, that's not worked. There it is. They don't fit. My goodness. Only you have to shut them both at the same time, so they like compress each other shut. Why? Why can't we just make them so they fit? Oh, I did. I forgot to put the camera up. I knew I'd do it. That sounds weird. I mean, it sort of seals it, I suppose, by doing that, but I'd much rather be able to open one door. You can't open one like this. You have to open the second one and like level them before you close them. Right, some magnets. I've got a block of magnets over here. I'm just going to use these because they're to hand. Don't know if they're great quality, but they are magnets. Hello, Mr. 3D. Oh, that's me. You know my name is not Vector, right? You know this. I have not given this printer a name. I don't generally name printers, but I could. Could be a thing. Do you have a suggestion for a name? No, 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 no. Come back. So this goes something like this. That's not in the middle. Let's make it in the middle. There we go. That fly is annoying. Flies in general are annoying. But we'll have a giveaway soon and that will be less annoying. Amazing. Okay, that's fine. I'll do the other one down here. Why has it started dropping? We can fix that. And we can fix that by moving this up. Oh, the fly's coming back. Go away! The hot end is actually blue. But don't tell anyone. The fly, though, is black and pretty annoying. These panels need to be 1 millimeter less each. Then they would fit really nice. At the moment they just fit annoyingly. Or also known as not fitting. Annoying fly. Right, can't do any of that lot. Can't do that. That's all done. So we've got this thing next. This is the cover for the back. So because we're not using filter, we've got this. That allows us to still feed the tube through. And then we have this that goes on the inside. And we have the M5 screw to go through the hole. The designer did not consider that these length M5 screws are not included in the kit. Neither are M5 hammer nuts. So that's fantastic. Are there M5 hammer nuts? The original one's held on with M5s, isn't it? M5 by 16, or maybe this is the ones that I've already used them for something else. Yeah, so that would be the right thing. Do I have any M5? There must be some M5 hammer nuts here somewhere. There's M5 hex nuts. I'll get some M5 hammer nuts. Hammer nuts. Do, 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 do. And an M5 by 16 because I need a second one. Hopefully these nuts are going to work with this geometry. Ah, go away, fly. Need to get the badminton racket out again. Then it won't last long. I've realised that this tube, I think, goes out the opposite way to what I would want it. Rats. Right, how about that? Well, you can see the camera and everything in that. There you go, camera, screen, desk, me. Flies just landed on the photography lights. Little shit. Right, I think I'm past it now. 3 hours 49 minutes. That's a pretty long live stream. What have we done? Z belt covers, yes. Bottom panel, yes. With the tape and the foam and the frame nuts. Other panels, yes. Mostly we need to do side panels still. We need prints for those. We've done the door brackets and the doors. We've done the exhaust that's not an exhaust. The BigTreeTech filament sensor, we can do that. That's a 2-second job. Bash that on there. In fact, let's give this a quick rub-a-dub-dub. Yeah, that looks a bit prettier now. Rub-a-dub-dub in the tub with this. And I've used more of the M3 nuts than I should have done. It's not going to go there. Wrong place. Back here. Right, I think I actually wanted it on the other side because I think that was supposed to come from that side, like this one. But this will now need to be the other way around for this side, so the brackets, yeah, you get the picture. I need to print that part out again. BigTreeTech filament sensor, that's fine. Spool holder. Ta-da! Here's one I made earlier. Again, this is pretty easy to do. This is a modded thing. It's not like majorly modded. It's just a bit longer. I basically cut it and shut it in CAD. Because I use cardboard spools and they're just a bit longer than, wider than the spools that this is designed for. I need another M5x16 and an M5 hammer nut. Hopefully this is long enough. It might need to be 20. 12x40 and 5x30. Do I have an M5x20? Yes. Let's give this a chop. Oh, this might be too long. Maybe I was right with the... Oh no, that'll probably be okay. So that's going to go something like here as well. I think I have it on that one. So this one's going to end up opposite. This is weird. Maybe I do need the 16. Looks like somewhere in the middle would be ideal, so I don't know why it's the dimensions it is, but there you go. Oh, fly. Okie dokie. What else was on my list? Extruder gear position, that can be another time. For now, I think I've fulfilled my commitments to you all. I have satisfactorily assembled most of a Voron. If you look at it from this angle, you can't tell that there's not side panels. Or that you can see all those specks on the front, but that's all just dust. There's no point in wiping them off at the moment because they'll all just immediately come back because it's super static. But it'll be better soon. I think it probably looks better on this camera. So in the meantime, I'm going to close the competition out in just a few minutes. It's not a competition, it's a giveaway. But nevertheless, it will be closing in just a few minutes. So make sure you have entered if you want to. Don't see why you wouldn't, but make sure you have entered if you want to. Pretty excited by where this has got to though. Very happy. Looks kind of good in red. To be fair, the old one in blue also looked bloody fantastic, so there's that. Oh, it's weird having this super reflection, isn't it? Zoom. But this doesn't show. Why does this not? Kind of does, but it doesn't really. Of all the things they managed to do right in this printer, why is the doors the one thing that they didn't manage to change? So, right, competition. Giveaway, not a competition. So, I'm going to close the responses. That's all stopped. Now we grab all the ones, YouTube chat names, and we find the spinny wheelie thing. And I try and remember to share the second screen. The filament holder should be on the back, but I don't put it on the back because you can't get to it. So I do it here, it goes through the filament sensor, round to the back, into the printer. Dibby-doo-doo. Right, so this, or this. So how many shuffles should we do? A number less than 10. We'll do some shuffles and then we'll do the draw. 4. Straight in there with 4. Okay, 4 is today. So this is for Ooze Nest ABS. Don't forget to give Ooze Nest, send them a bit of love. Go and visit their website. I believe it's just oozenest.co.uk. It doesn't seem to be a duplicate name. If it is in the entries, they won't be winning a prize anyway, so don't worry about it. I will check through afterwards. They're completely separate emails. These are obviously sorted alphabetically, so if 2 people happen to have the similar name. So it was 4 shovels, wasn't it? A 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, and a spin. Paul Lawson. Congratulations. 1 spool of ABS filament for you. I shall let you know. Contact you via email. And you can select a colour. So we remove you from the draw as you can't win twice. 1, 2, 3, 4 and spin the wheel. And the next one is the Maker Man. Is the Maker Man here? Again, I shall contact you via the email provided. And the last one today, let's double it for 8 shuffles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and go. The last winner today is 3D Experiments. They're not in the chat. So that's it from me today, and the fly. That fly is going to be dealt with. I shall see you in the next one. It might be Sunday evening. That's the earliest potential. Otherwise it might be next week. But hopefully next time I'll have the extra clips needed for the side panels. I might just do that between then and then, now and then, you know what I mean. I think the focus of the next stream will be firmware. Maybe first print, depending how much firmware configuration I do between this live stream and the next one, and how much I do just in the live stream as I just guess my way through it. So yes, congratulations to the winners. Don't forget to check out oozenest.co.uk. They have a big selection of filament and a big selection, critically, of ABS colours. So if you want to do a nice colourful 3D printer, it's a pretty good place to start. Right, Good evening, everyone. I'm very tired, also very hungry. I shall see you in the next one. Goodbye.